Welcome back to the Open Wheel Offline League Season 5, Round 7, qualifying for the Indy 300. Next 4 hours ahead. Gonna be some intense qualifying, bumping, you name it. David Malukas, first car out on track. The order is on the left side of your screen, determined by a draw yesterday. This is important because it will get hotter as time goes on. So David Malukas going to be coming around for his first lap. Qualified on the outside, or sorry, the inside of row 2, but the race did not go his way. First lap is going to be a 2:37.304. Gonna have to see how that holds up. But right now, obviously, as the first car out, that's time to beat. 2:38 coming into turn 4, gonna exit at 231 miles per hour. So let's see what it is. Will it get faster? Will it get slower? As it will get a little bit quicker. 237.812. So that is the first 2 laps. A good improvement of about half a mile per hour. It's going to come through turn 4 now. And let's see what he has for lap 3. It's better again. 238.083. If I recall, last season's pole was about a 239. Or no, it was a 238. 238.3 was the pole. Right now he's currently averaging a 237.7. Here he comes to the checkered flag. Fourth lap gonna be just a tick slower, 238.051. So the final 2 laps are in the 238s. That's gonna put him in P1, obviously. So an average of 237.813 will get us started. Solid run from the 04. Been a difficult start to the season for this team. As up next, our first of our one-offs. First time we've ever had one-offs. Yuki Tsunoda for Silly Men Racing gonna be coming out next. So Yuki Tsunoda, third Indy 300. Hasn't really done anything spectacular in his 2 starts, but he does have a Triple Crown victory. As let's see what his first lap is. It will be a 238.543. That is the biggest lap that we have ever seen here at Indy. So speed's already higher than last season. 248, 249, and holds it solidly going into turn 3. This is a good run for Tsunoda. To the line, gonna be better. This one may be tickling 239, 238.936. This is a fast run so far. He's a good oval driver. This has been a good oval team. Marcus Armstrong won the pole at both ovals this season. Michigan didn't go his way, but dominated Motegi. Yuki Tsunoda, only confirmed start of the season, so needs to make the most of it. Gonna be a bit slower on this third lap. 238.866, just hasn't been able to break that 239 margin. Gonna go through turn 3 and 4 for the final time. Let's see what the pace is. And it's gonna go back down to a 238.936, so hit that lap twice. Small dip on the third lap, gonna hurt just a little bit, but on pole, or I guess just in first since this is day 1, but out of 2 cars, faster by a mile per hour. So that's already faster than last season's pole. And then up next is his teammate, Marcus Armstrong, who, as I mentioned, has the poles at both Motegi and Michigan. Coming off of turn 4 for the first lap, let's see where it is in relation to his teammate. Because that's the time to beat. Gonna be just a bit slower. 238.133. Marcus Armstrong qualified in 10th last season. Had a very quiet Indy 300. Sillyman Racing did not have a good Indy 300 outing. Qualifying, average race. Only one car in the top 10. Gail Barnhart finishing in 9th. As Armstrong gonna come around again. And it is better, 238.474, but not as big of an increase as Tsunoda. Might be a little conservative. Gonna have to see how it plays out. Into turn 4 for lap 3. And that's a pretty decent improvement right there, 238.847. That's the closest he's been to Tsunoda. But right now he is trailing with a 238.49. So tracking to second. Through the final turn. Up to 240. And at the line, it's just going to be a bit slower than the previous lap, 238.714. But that is still a very good run for Marcus Armstrong, which is going to put him in second, a few tenths behind his teammate. So up next, first of your Viking racing cars, it is going to be number 90, Guy Gagne. Qualified well at Motegi, but fell down in the race. It was not too good. He's been doing pretty okay when it comes to qualifying on the ovals. This season has looked better than how it ended last season. He did qualify 7th last season, ran well, ran inside the top 10 for most of the day. His first lap, not very good. That is a 237.429. That's going to be better than Malukas, but not close at all to Sonoda, and still pretty decently off from Armstrong. Gonna come off turn 4 for lap 2. And it's not going to get much better. 237.611, which is slower than Malukas. So right now tracking at a 237.5, which would put him in 4th. It's right now looking to be the slowest. Coming off turn 4 once again. Gonna hit the line at 244. Again, gonna be improving. First lap in the 238s, just barely 238.001, which puts his average at a 237.68. Gonna come around turn 4, looking for some more speed here. Let's see if this lap is the best. It will not be, as it's going to fall down to a 237.831, which is unfortunately by about a tenth going to be the slowest of the 4 runs thus far. I don't know why I marked Malukas as 3. Up next, the first Toyota and our first rookie to qualify here, Lawless Allen in the 92 for Team Eggs. Just his 7th start in the Open Wheel Offline League. So Lawless Allen, let's see what he has for his first qualifying attempt here at Indy. Gonna come off turn 4 to the line, and it will be a 237.9, so not too bad. A lot better than Malukas and Gagne, but a little bit off Armstrong and still a good ways off Sonoda. So that is going to be a tough time to beat. Second run. And then second lap. Gonna be better. 238.064, so second lap in the 238s. So far, a solid run. Not too great, not too bad. Currently looking right around the middle, average of a 2:37.9, so third. As coming to the line, that is a much better lap. 2:38.796. I do not know where he found 8 tenths, but that is a huge improvement. That brings his average up to a 2:38.25. Still tracking to third, but that is mighty big. Coming off turn 4 and to the line, gonna be better once again. So fourth lap, the best for him. 2:38.968. That is very good. One of the best. Actually, I think that is the best single lap that we have seen so far. That's better than Sonoda's average, going to be a 2:38.432, which is going to put him in third. But that is a pretty solid run for your first ever outing. So Team Eggs off to a pretty solid start. Up next, we go to another rookie, and this is his first ever start. It is the 7 of Carlos Huerta's brand new entry for Banshees of Little Miami. First team to get to 5 entries on the regular roster. He is not a one-off. He is completing the rest of the season in the number 7. And this is a trial by fire, first ever start, first time ever being in the car. You gotta crank it up to 240. Banshees of Little Miami struggled in qualifying here last season, but ran well in the race. But his first lap not gonna be too hot. 2:36.724. Currently lacking some pace. Coming off turn 4, gonna need some more speed. And this one is much better. 2:38.209. That is a mile per hour and a half improvement. That brings his average to a 2:37.467, but still tracking at the bottom in 6th. So that first lap putting him behind, but he's getting some speed. This is his first time out here in that black and gold car. As he's going to come off turn 4 once again. And third lap not going to be as good, but still a 2:38.089. Average now at a 2:37.674. If he keeps it up, he could beat Gagne. So we're going to have to see what this final lap will be. Comes off turn 4 at a 2:32. That's pretty good. And to the line, just going to be a tick slower. 2:38.020. That will make his average a 2:37.761, which will put him ahead of Gagne. So we'll slot into 5th. So Carlos Huerta's first run will put him in 5th. And up next is teammate Benjamin Peterson in his second Indy 300. Hard to believe it's only his second. But here we go. Again, Banshees of Little Miami. Great oval program. Benjamin Peterson, only one win in his career. And it was his very first start and has been chasing that high ever since. Gonna come off turn 4 and come to the line. Let's see what the pace is. First lap, not really gonna be there. 237.023. Again, this team struggled in qualifying last season here. And has that bug returned? It's gonna come in to turn 3. Right now, Huertas is 5th. Benjamin Peterson has been doing well on the road courses so far this season, but his oval presence has been lacking. One of the issues has been qualifying. So he'll come here for his second lap. Gonna be better, but 237.367. So not super impressive. 248. Found entering turn 3. Coming off turn 4. Let's see what he has at the line. Gonna be better. Best laps so far. 237.781. That is a pretty decent improvement, but so far still tracking 7th with an average of 237.39. Coming off turn number 4. And let's see what he has for his final lap. So far tracking at the rear of the field, and he will stay at the rear of the field with only a 237.856 as his 4th lap with an average of 237.507. So that puts him 7th. Up next is the 00 of Globler Lore. Been a tough start to the season so far for Magenta Trees. They had that second, but it just hasn't really worked out recently. And Globler has been struggling below the leader circle. He does have a 7th at Motegi, so maybe that will carry over. He does have a pole at Indy. And let's see if he has it today. Gonna be an alright first lap, 237.963. Might need a little more pace if he wants to make the top 12. But not too bad. Currently tracking 4th out of 8. First lap usually the slowest. Let's see what he can bring it around for the second lap. Pretty good on the second lap. 2:38.588. That is a good improvement. That's going to bring his average to a 2:38.276. Still keeps him in fourth. A little ways behind Allen, but looking good. Come on off turn 4. What will the speed be? It's gonna be closer to the first lap, 2:37.963, actually the exact same lap, which puts his average at a 2:38.2. So still tracking fourth. Gonna need a good closing lap here. Gonna come off turn 4. Actually looks pretty decent, and this is actually a very good closing lap. 2:38.771. So that is a good improvement there at the end, but still, the whole run was tracking to fourth, and it will stay in fourth. 2:38.321. The 2:38.321 is going to put Glubler in fourth. As up next, this is not only the driver's first time qualifying at Indy, but the team's first time qualifying at Indy. Welcome Team Canada Dry to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Dawa Tenzin going to be the first of 2 cars to go out today. This is also the second Honda to go out. Glubler was the first, so that's the second for him, as first lap will be a 2:37.467. Gonna need more speed than that. So that is currently tracking to ninth, but it is a better first lap than Huertas, Gagne, and Peterson. Actually, Malukas as well. There's a pretty noticeable gap in the speeds between Glubler and Malukas, splitting top half and bottom half. Gonna have to see what Tenzin does here. Unfortunately, gonna be slower. 2:37.267, so drop 0.2 there. That's the first time we've seen the first lap be better than the second lap. It's gonna try and build up speed on the backstretch here. 2:48, just tickles 2:49. Sonoda was able to hold 2:49 pretty solidly. I thought he was going to hit 2:50. Honestly surprised he didn't. But here comes Tenzin off turn 4, and this is going to be a much better lap. 2:38.448. That is a big improvement. It's going to bring his average up to a 2:37.727, which beats out Gagne and Peterson. So currently tracking 7th out of 9. Let's see what he's got. Final lap for his first ever qualifying attempt here at Indy. And it will be the exact same lap, 2:38.448. That is going to put his average at a 237.908, which is going to put him 5th out of 9. So for his first ever run at Indy, that's not too bad. The Indy rookies doing well so far. So 5th out of 9. Up next will be the 87 of Alessio Deletta for his third Indy 300. Finished second on his debut. Not too well the last time, however. Here he comes off turn 4. And first lap, again, not going to be too good. 237.254. So right now it seems that Banshees of Little Miami struggling just a bit to find speed, at least on their first lap. That's weighing them down. Gonna come through turn 3 now. And off turn 4, let's see what he has at the line. Gonna be better. 237.756 has not beaten the 238 barrier. Right now tracking a 237.505. So Alessio Deletta gonna come off turn 3. And that speed will be a bit better. 238.020. So speed found on that third lap brings his average up to a 237.677, which does put him ahead of Peterson, but still needs some speed. Banshees of Little Miami currently looking to be struggling in their first outing as a 5-car team. And fourth lap, going to be just a little bit slower than lap 3 with a 238.001. But this will bring the average up to a 237.758, which will beat Gagne and put him in 8th out of 10. So just 3 thousandths off his rookie teammate, as up next will be the 95 of Nico Hulkenberg. First ever attempt at Indy, and this team has a lot riding on the line. Team kind of struggling financially, and if this race doesn't go well, this could be their final start, and that was a huge lift in turn 3, which is not what he needs at all. Going to be coming off turn 4, Nico Hulkenberg, first ever laps at Indy. Let's see what his first lap is. And yeah, that lift is going to be killer, 235.331. So struggling on pace. This 95 team didn't do too bad at qualifying last season. Just barely missed out at the top 12. But when it came time for the race, they were just sandbagging, along with Mahavir Raghunathan in the 54. Team has really struggled with their oval program and looks better so far this season, but still just not quite where it should be. Second lap going to be a lot better, but still not very quick, 237.254. So did find 2 miles per hour of improvement, but average still in 236.3. So that's 11th out of 11. Going to come through turn 4 for lap number 3. And it will drop, so it's still in the right direction, 238.013. That's going to help him out a lot, 236.9 now his average, but still down in last. But maybe this can be saved just a little bit with a good fourth lap. We have seen some drivers been able to pop a big one on their fourth lap instead of their first 3, which is where you normally expect it to be. Going to come off turn 4 here to conclude Nico Hulkenberg's first run at Indy. And it will be just a tick slower, 237.925. And that will put him in 11th with a speed of 237.131. Silly Men Racing got a pretty good deal when it came to their drawing order, and Chet Jordan going to be the third and final of the team. Where if this is your final, 12th in the running, that's not too bad. Chet Jordan podiumed here in season 3. Tried an alternate strategy last season, didn't work out. So he's going to be coming here with a little bit of vengeance. Gonna have to see how that works. First lap, not gonna be as close as it was to his teammates. 237.561. That's actually quite disappointing, to say the least. Because right now that is tracking to 10th out of 12. Meanwhile, his teammates are first and second out of those that have ran so far. Chet Jordan gonna go into turn 3, now into 4. Let's see if he can find some more pace on the second lap. Not much of an improvement. 237.862. Which will bring up his average to a 237.712, but still tracking to only 10th. It's 239 entering the short chute. Let's see if lap 3 is better. And it will be the best one so far, 238.221. So some speed being found here. That puts his average at a 237.881, which is currently tracking him to 6th. So a little bit better, but Still would probably like to have a little bit more speed. Hits 249 pretty solidly in turn 3. Now going to come off the turn. Let's see what he has. It's just going to be a tick slower, 238.196. That's going to put his average at a 237.960, which will put him in 5th, just ahead of Dawa Tenzin, but might be looking for a little bit more speed, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him out again. So that is after 12 cars. Up next is the number 9 of Connor Zilic. Second ever Indy 300. Had some pretty good pace last season, just ended up on the wrong strategy, but still recovered quite well. Connor Zilic has had good last few races after a pretty miserable start to the season, which has rebounded him to 9th in points, as that is a pretty big first lap. 238.385. This is a good one. And that's first lap is already going to be tracking him to 4th. And the first lap is usually the slowest, so we'll see what speed he can build on his next 2 laps. 3 laps. It's too early to be slipping up like this. Second lap going to be 238.436. So that is a pretty solid improvement. Going to be coming off turn 3 this time. So third lap, gonna be the best one so far. Sorry, I had to look away and send something. 238.815. This is a very good run so far. It's tracking at 238.545, just 3 thousandths better than Armstrong. And we are going to come off turn 4 right now, and it is the best one, save for last, 239.037. Connor Zilic, the first one to hit a lap of 239. That is going to put his average at a 238.668, which will put him in second. Still, Sonoda reigns supreme at the top. And already we have bumping on the top 12 cut line, as Nico Hulkenberg will be the first one bumped out of the top 12. So a very good 4-lap run for Connor Zilic will put it in second, as up next the first one of the Swindlers, your pole sitter and winner last season, Louis Foster. So far, oval qualifying hasn't been the greatest for this team. Wasn't really the greatest last season either. But Indy went very well for this driver in particular. Started first, led 70 laps, so majority of the race, and then won by a couple seconds as first lap. Ooh, 237.404. Not what you would expect out of your defending Indy 300 winner. Currently tracking to 13th out of 14. Doesn't even hit 249 in the turn. Might be a pretty ugly run from Louis Foster, which we would not expect after last season. Gonna be a better second lap. 237.574 brings his average up to a .489, but still looking for speed. In Motegi, qualifying was difficult for this team. Maybe it's showing again. Last season wasn't much better. As here we come off turn 4. Again, just not going where it should be, but still gets into the 238s with a 238.076. So pretty decent jump there. It's going to bring the average up to a .685, which jumps Peterson, puts him in 12th. But looking for more. Fourth lap. Going to hit 249 there. Going to hope this is his best lap. But a lot to be improved upon for Louis Foster. Hopefully we see him back out again. Fourth lap just going to be a tick faster with a 238.102, which brings his average to a 237.789, which brings him to 9th, puts him just ahead of Huertas. So did find a little bit of speed near the end, but still just not where it should be. And that team's going to be scratching their heads, especially when they have the points leader coming up later. But the team going to have to see where it is immediately as Justin Allgaier's about to go out. And he's looked good on the ovals in qualifying. So, going to have to see if he can do what his teammate could not and put it high in the order. So here we come off turn 4 for Justin Allgaier's first ever laps at Indy for the 300, and it's a good first lap, 238.341. This is exactly where he needs to start. Currently tracking to 5th, but it is a very good start indeed. Much better than Louis Foster's by nearly a whole mile per hour. Second lap, this is really going to be the teller on where your lap speed is. And it will be better, 238.638. Improves by just a little bit. 0.49. 238.49. That's going to put him fourth right now. Going to come through turn 3. I'm going to come off turn 4 right now. Let's see what his speed is. And this is a big third lap. 239.107. Best lap that we've seen so far. Justin Allgaier. 238.695 is his average. Currently looking at second. Let's see what speed he carries into turn 3. 49. Can't hit 250. But this is very good. Going to be coming off turn 4 now. And the speed will just be a bit slower. So third lap was the best, 239.057. And this is going to move him up to second. Just can't beat the 03 of Yuki Tsunoda. That's exactly what the Swindlers need. So they have something. Just something went wrong with the number 10. That is going to bump Guy Gagné out of the top 12. So that's 2 out of 15. Up next, we go back to Viking Racing. Nolan Siegel, second ever Indy 300 attempt, first one in quite some time. Gonna be coming down the backstretch. Let's see what kind of speed he can get. 248. Right now, his team all over the place. Gagne down in 13th, Zilich in 3rd. His other two teammates aren't going to be going till much later, as first lap going to be a 237.561. It's not the greatest. A lot to be desired. Currently going to put him tracking to 14th out of 16. Speed will get better, but it's not quite where he'd want to be. Lap 2. Let's see what he's got. Just a little bit better. 237.743. Which is going to not move him up any spots. Just lacking. And it's currently looking better than what Gagne's was looking like at this point. But not even close to Connor Zilich. As third lap, gonna be the best so far. 238.083. Gonna bump his average up to a .796, which tracks him to 10th. He's gonna want more here. So coming off turn 4 to the line, gonna be his best lap right here at the end. 238.127. It's going to put his average at a 237.879. And that is going to put him in ninth. They're going to be pretty close to that cutoff. So more to be desired from that number 19 team. Up next, the number 18 of Robbie Lohr, going to be racing at the Indy 300 once again. This is his third start, team's second ever start. The B car takes to the track. I think he lifted in turn 1, which that's a real big run killer. 18 aggressive Bs did not make it to the Fast 12 last time out. So looks a little sluggish compared to some of the other speeds I've seen coming off turn 4. And it's not going to be a very good lap. 236.338. That is the slowest first lap besides Nico Hulkenberg. They're not looking too hot from the number 18 team. Going to be coming off turn 4. And this lap going to be significantly better. 237.881, so that's a pretty big boost. Average is a 237.11, so tracking to 17th out of 17 right now. Gonna come around turn 4 and head to the start-finish line. Let's see if it's better. It will be better. 238.076, so into the 238s. Brings his average up to a .432, which moves him to 16th, but still at the very back of the field. Gonna come off turn 4 to end the run, and unfortunately it's gonna be a bit slower on the 4th lap, bringing it down to a 237.950. Still gonna bring up his average though to a 237.561. That'll jump Benjamin Peterson, but will not jump Gagne, as he will only be in 15th. Single car teams not having a good go at things out here. Up next, Team Eggs sends out their second car, the car that nearly, probably should have won last season's Indy 300. It's going to be Ryan Preece. This is going to be the last one at this stage. We'll be taking a very quick break after this, and then we'll come back for the second stage where the track is going to be a little bit hotter. It's what's unfortunate with the draw, but it is what it is. Going to be coming around for the first lap, which is not too bad. 238.020. That's a good start. We know Lawless Allen had speed in it. Put it in fifth. So second lap going to be better. So right now looking good for Ryan Preece. Has been so close to the victory. Honestly, I'd say 3 seasons straight, 238.322. This is a good run, currently tracking at a 238.171, which puts this in 7th. Will this season finally be the one? Currently sits 11th in points after a difficult start to the season as well, but the last 3 races have all been good, and a podium came at Sebring, was very well liked, 238.221 for a third lap. Going to put the average at a 238.188, still tracking to 7th. So just looking for a little bit more. So final lap, let's see where it is. And unfortunately, it's going to be not very quick, 237.944. That is the slowest of his 4 laps. Still, the average going to be in the 238s at a 238.127, which will put him in 7th. So teammate Lawless Allen will just barely beat him out. So 18 cars go in the first hour. And that's how it stands. So Priest comes in with a 238.127. We'll be back in just a moment for the second part. So temperature up just a little bit, not too much, but it will have a small effect on the drivers, might bog them down just a little bit. So it's going to be crucial and really going to depend on the driver's skills. Miles Rowe, first car out in the stage. Eventide Racing has had a tough start to the season, and by tough I mean very tough. Best result of the team, 7th, they're only top 10. That was from Miles Rowe at Michigan, so hopefully there's some good speed on the ovals. The team obviously looked good on the ovals last season. Both wins came from ovals, super speedways, I should say. So Miles Rowe gonna take the green flag. His second ever running, as that's a big lift going into turn 1, and that's what's gonna make it difficult. Miles Rowe made it into the top 12 last season, just narrowly right at the end. Qualified 12th, didn't have a great running in the day, still got a bonus point from it. As, ooh, this is a tough first lap. 2:33.997. So far not looking too good for Miles Rowe. Currently well off the pace. A mile per hour and a half behind Hulkenberg's first lap, and that's 18th. So second lap, gonna be better. It's gonna pick up here. 2:35.695. Luckily, he will have many more chances to go again, and that's the beauty of it. As he's going to come off turn 4. Looked pretty decent. Still struggling down in the 236s, but 236.767. So the confidence is being built. That's really the most you could ask for. 235.486. However, gonna need some improvement. Final lap, gonna be his best. And it will be a 237.154, so just able to break into the 237s right at the end there. Average will be a 235.903, that will be at the back. So 19th currently is where Miles Rowe will stand out of 19. Coming up next, the third and final of Team Eggs, the 76 of Ethan Martz nearly made it into the top 12 last season at the struggling now Barbershop Haircut Racing. So that's another big lift in turn 1, and that's going to hurt the run. So gonna have to see if he can build up some speed and build some confidence with those tires. As he's gonna come off turn 4, and first lap gonna be even worse than Miles Rowe's first lap. 2:33.73. That was another big lap lift on his second lap. So far, the second stint being very unforgiving, to these drivers, and I think you're going to have to be really bold if you want to put it into the top 12. Currently, Louis Foster is the bubble with 237.789. Going to be better on the second lap, 234.913, but still off of Miles Rowe. As lap 3 going to be better, 237.298, better than any lap Miles Rowe put up. So looking to beat that 37 right now. Into turn 3, and now going to be coming into turn 4 to end the run. Speed not really there, but he's going to hit the line, and it'll be his best one of the day. 237.812. So average of a 235.938. That is going to beat Miles Rowe and put him in 19th. Up next is the other Eventide Racing teammate, that is Tinkle McStinkle in the 53. So right now his teammate in last, gonna be looking to do much better. I didn't hear as much of a lift in turn 1 that I've heard as the other guys have done in this group. And gonna come to the line. First lap, so far is the best out of the guys in this group. Much more on pace with the cars that went out earlier, 236.724. Not too bad. Still tracking to 19th out of 21, but not a bad start. Could very well beat out the 95, could be on pace with the 7. Well, we're going to have to see. Second lap, going to be better. Going to go up. To a 236.911. So not a big improvement, but it is an improvement, averaging a 236.818. Hitting the line, gonna be better, very consistent, just needs more pace. 237.179. It's gonna help out just a little bit. Average now at 236.938. Into turn 3, and now into turn 4. Let's see what Tinkle McStinkle in his return to Indy has. It's going to be his best lap here at the end with a 237.661. So that will just barely lose out to the 95 of Nico Hulkenberg for 18th. That's going to put McStinkle in 19th. So far, Eventide Racing not having good luck in qualifying, and that's really been the motto of the season. .237.119. So up next will be the 77 of Stingray Rob, who has never finished outside the top 10 here at Indy. Right now, teammate Glovler sits in 6th. Oh, and that's a pretty decent lift there as well. But quick to get up to speed again. But the first lap gonna hurt just a little bit. .246 into turn 3. Needed to be at about a .249 for the fast guys. So we may have to see the 77 go out again. Right now it's been pretty difficult to hold it down there, as this first lap not going to be too hot. 234.748. Better than Martz and Rose first 2 laps. But wants some speed into turn 3. Stingray Rob qualified 9th or 8th last season. Not quite sure. Second lap going to be much better. And that's more what we're used to from Stingray Rob at Indy. Going to jump up to a 237.699. That's a pretty impressive jump, all things considered. Right now tracking to 20th. Gonna see if he can hold it through these final 2 laps. Could bring up to a pretty solid average. Gonna come down the front stretch. Gonna improve. 237.787. Gonna bring the average up to a 236.745. Gonna need to be a bit more if you want to beat McStinkle or Hulkenberg. Not gonna be close enough to beat Peterson unless he has a massive lap here. But not too bad. Gonna come down the front stretch. Final lap. Gonna be just a bit slower. 237.693, but still not bad. It's a very consistent final 3 laps. Just the first lap was the killer. And that's going to put his average at a 236.982, which is going to put him in 20th. So 20th for Stingray Rob. Gonna have to see if he comes out again. Up next, another one of your one-offs. Lewis Hamilton will be doing his first Indy 300 for Swindlers of the Immortals in the number 4 car. In that Liverpool racing that we saw him with Team Canada Dry, held it flat in turn 1. So this could actually be the start of a good sequence of laps. Just gonna have to hold that. So gonna come down the front stretch. So let's see what the pace is. This is a solid first lap. 2:37.624. So Lewis Hamilton on it. Right now tracking to 16th, which is the best that we've seen from this second stint. Gonna come through turn 3 now. It's 240 in the short shoot. That's pretty remarkable. Gonna come down the front stretch. Gonna go up to a 238.051. Good laps so far. Gonna boost his average to a 237.838, which puts him in 11th. So this is currently a top 12 run. Let's see if he can finish it off. Gonna come down the front stretch here. It's the exact same lap, 238.051. So that's two identical laps. Average speed 237.909, which is going to be a ninth, just barely ahead of Tenzin, his old teammate. Lewis Hamilton, this is his only scheduled run this season. Got to make the most of it. As coming off turn 4, let's see what Lewis Hamilton will end with for his first qualifying at Indy, and it's going to be slower, 237.844. This will bring down his average just a little bit, but 237.893 at probably the hottest part of the day. That's pretty good. It's going to put him in 10th, just behind his old teammate Dawa Tenzin. And that's going to bump his teammate Louis Foster out of the top 12. That's what happens. So not too bad. Up next is Tenzin's teammate, the car that Lewis Hamilton used to drive, the 54, which will be piloted by Mahavir Raghunathan for his 5th Indy 300. 245 going into turn 1, and he's going to have to big lift. But gets up to speed rather quickly. Not too bad. So this may be alright. Raghunathan, long time driver in the open wheel offline league. Only one win. The Indy 300 hasn't treated him very well in the past, as this first lap isn't actually going to be as good as it seemed that it could be. $234.975. Room to improve. Teammate Dawa Tenzin in the top 12. That'd be storybook for that team if they could get their car through. As Raghunathan back down the front stretch, gonna improve on lap 2 to 36.010. Raghunathan has qualified well here at Indy before. Qualified 6th, I think twice, season 1 and 2. That's outside of row 2. Right now his average is a 235.49, which does put him 24th out of 24, which was the field size last season. We got a bigger field this season. Second lap, better. 37.919 brings it up to a 237.348. That's actually a pretty solid lap. It's going to bring the average to a 236.111, which will move him up to 22nd out of 24. Let's see what he has. 240, just a little bit in the short chute. Going to come off turn 4. And at the line, pretty decent improvement. 238.007. That's a good final lap for Raghunathan. Just going to put the average at a 236.585. Didn't build up as quick as Stingray's did. So going to put him behind Stingray in 22nd, but didn't look too bad there. So Raghunathan, 22nd. We're going to have to see if he'll go out again. Up next, Lindsay Brewer, Season 3 winner. We're going to have to see what she has. Qualified low last season, holds it flat in turn 1. Qualified low last season, but raced well. And this could be a good attempt with how she entered turn 1, which has really been a teller. So first lap, not going to be too bad. Going to be a 237.486. Tracking around her teammates. Right now in 19th, but in terms of first lap, I think out of her team that's actually the best by a couple tenths. The Banshees of Little Miami a little bit quicker in this 47 car. Lindsay Brewer always been quick here. This seems to be no exception. Second lap, gonna be a 237.63. Not a big improvement. Brings the average up to a 237.558, which puts her in 18th now. 3 thousandths off of Robbie, who sits in 17th. .232 coming off turn 4. I'm going to be heading towards the line. .237.919, so steady build up. Currently at 237.678. Needs a bit more to get into the top 12. This is currently tracking to 17th. 240 in the short chute. Let's see what it is. Lap 4. And it's going to be her best. 237.988, not able to beat that 238 marker on any of her laps, but an average speed of 237.756. Not too bad. Going to be 2 thousandths behind her teammate Alessio Deletta in 16th. 237.756. 16th out of 25. Up next is Devlin DeFrancesco in the 75. Second, Indy 300 appearance. First one, season 1. And he's going to hold it flat in turn 1. So this could be a good run from the 75 team. David Malukas currently the car on the cutoff with a 237.81. So DeFrancesco going to be coming off turn 4 at the line. Going to be a 236.369. So speed left to be desired on the 75 car. Right now tracking to 24th. Needs a little bit more. Second lap, gonna be just a little bit better. Not much better. 236.823. So still has not hit 237 just yet. Average speed now at 236.59, which does put him ahead of Raghunathan, currently in 23rd. Through turn 3. Now into 4. Gonna head down the front stretch. Let's see what lap number 3 has in store for the 75 car. Gonna hit the line, and it will be the best so far. 237.310, so it does hit the 237 mark now. Average speed now at 236.834. So it's still 23rd, hasn't caught up to Stingray just yet. But at this rate, looking pretty good. I don't know if he's going to be able to hit Hulkenberg or McStinkle. Coming off turn 4 now. Let's see what Devlin DeFrancesco has. And the 4th lap will be just a bit slower than his previous lap, 237.279. It's going to put his average at a 236.945, which will not beat Stingray, just a little bit slower. So 23rd for DeFrancesco, as his teammate David Malukas just holds on to that top 12 spot. So up next, our final of your Indy one-offs. First ever start in the Open Wheel Offline League. It's Roman Grosjean for Viking Racing. Team currently sits in 3rd, 11th, and 17th, so pretty spread out as he's going to take it flat into turn 1. That's what he needs to do. Gonna come off turn 4 into the line. First lap, not gonna be too bad. 237.429. Not far off teammate Nolan Siegel's first lap. Gonna go into turn 3 now. And into turn 4. Roman Grosjean currently tracking to 20th, but that is after his first lap. First lap usually the slowest. Second lap, Commentator's curse, second lap going to be slower, 237.123. Very rare to see the second lap slower than the first. Into turn 4. Going to be coming to the line here. Let's see what the 28 has this time around. Going to be his best one so far, 237.592. Currently at a 237.381 average. Only puts him in 20th. Grosjean needing some more speed. Will this one be good enough? And just going to be a little bit better. Going to hit 237.938, so just shy of 238 marker for an average speed of 237.521, which is only good enough for 19th. So pretty far down the order, with some more to be desired from this 28 team. The 27, that's where qualifying would usually end. But we got extra cars for this race. Final 4 cars. And then we go into the lanes. See guys pole times, trying to desperately claw their way up the field. As up next is Grosjean's teammate, the number 99 of Brendan Hubbard, in his second Indy 300 appearance. Brendan Hubbard kind of been pretty far off his teammates this season, except for Michigan where he got the podium, but been kind of lagging behind, especially in qualifying. So hopefully he could change that today. First lap, not too quick, but also not too bad, 236.413. That's currently tracking him to 26 out of 28, so going to need more speed here. So far, the team not finding much pace outside of Connor Zilich, who's in third. As here he comes to the start-finish line once again. Just going to be a little bit better still in the 236s with a 236.724, which will put him ahead of DeFrancesco. Actually, no, it won't. Just barely slower, 0.569, so still 26th. Actually, I meant Raghunathan. I can't read. Going to be coming off turn 4 here. Lap number 3. And it's going to be the best one so far. 236.942. Still hasn't hit 247. Average is up to a .693, so has moved up to 25th out of 28. Off turn 4 to the line. See what he has. And it will be his best lap so far. 237.204. The one and only lap in the 237 is going to put his average at a 236.821. Not able to beat DeFrancesco, so will only go 25th. Up next is going to be the number 43 of Dorian Pin. Started second, finished second here at Indy last season. Let's see if that positive speed stick around here. Going to be coming around turn 4 here. And to the start finish line, let's see what Dorian Pin has in store. First lap, not the quickest. 236.072. So lacking just a little bit of pace. This could be quite disappointing if she can't get through. And Swindlers only have 2 cars in the top 12. Right now, the pace just doesn't seem to be there for this 43 team. Gonna come to the line. Second lap will be better. 236.369. So average brought up to a .221, but still looking at 27th. Gonna come off turn 4 here and to the line. Will be better, but just not getting much better. 236.767. So up to a .403, but the speed is seriously lacking on this 43. Gonna come around turn 3 here. And to the line to end this run. Maybe this lap will be a bit better, and booster, it will be better, but still doesn't hit 237, 236.848. So the average only at 236.514, which will only put her in 27th. That is quite disappointing for someone that put it second place last season. It's a little disappointing. Only 2 cars remain, one being her teammate and the points leader on a 3-race win streak. Up next, points leader Shane Van Gisbergen. Shockingly, only 2 starts here at Indy. First one was a pole, second one just didn't really seem to have pace in qualifying. Didn't make the top 12. Qualified 15th. finished 13th. So pretty much no forward moving. Gonna come around turn 3 here. Now into turn 4. Let's see if he has the pace to make it into the top 12. Not super quick on his first lap. 236.444. Gonna need to be more. Right now he's tracking behind his teammate, 28th out of 30th. Gonna come around turn 3 and into 4. Let's see what the second lap is. Just a little bit better, 236.792. So a little bit quicker, already going to be ahead of Pin and Raghunathan just on that second lap. Only looking at 26th. He's really going to need to find some more pace here. Third lap. Better. 237.104. So into the 237s. Average now at a .780. So now up to 25th at a 30. Still well down in the 20s. Swindlers of the Immortals didn't really get a good qualifying draw, but just doesn't really seem to have the pace that you would expect them to. Besides Hamilton and Allgaier, really. And third lap, gonna be the best. 237.254. We'll put the average at a 236.899, which is not fast enough to beat DeFrancesco. So Shane Van Gisbergen gonna be all the way down in 25th. So last car, final of the 31, and then we start getting into the lanes. Francesco Draconi gonna go out in the 49. Banshees of Little Miami, no cars in the top 12. Carlos Huertas is their best car in 14th, Deletta in 15th, Brewer in 16th, so they're all pretty clumped together. Peterson a little bit behind in 20th. So this is Draconi's first start. Only one super speedway under his belt, or I guess true super speedway at Michigan. Qualified 11th, but then won the race. The first lap gonna be about on pace with what Van Gisbergen did, 236.282. Just needs more. Gonna come around turn 3 here. And to the start finish line again. Let's see what Francesco Draconi has for lap number 2. First time at Indy. And this lap gonna be much better. 237.718. That is a pretty solid jump. That puts his average at exactly 237. which currently puts him 23rd out of 31. So he's found a little bit of pace. And third lap going to be a bit slower, however, so going to slow down just a bit, 237.536. Average now at a 237.179. That puts him up to 21st. So not too bad of a run from Draconi. Coming off turn 4 and to the line. Going to be a bit better than the previous lap. Pretty consistent across the last three. 237.687 for an average of 237.306, which will put him in 21st. So that is all your normal running. And now we get into the bumping. So up first are your fast lane guys. The guys that have sacrificed their last time, their, their previous best time, and going to try and go faster here. To move them up the order, they get the priority. Draconi 21st. Up first of these guys is going to be Gagne from earlier, so the number 90 going to come out on track here. Sacrificing his best lap of 237.718. Just going to have to see if this one's better. So across the line, let's see if it's better. First lap gonna be a 236.823. So not better. Off by a good bit, actually. Currently tracking to 26th, I believe. So gonna need to find more pace here. Gonna come off turn 4. Gonna hit the line. 236.936, so not much better. Averaging a 236.88, so not close enough for Van Gisbergen just yet. See what lap 3 has. Better once again, 237.173, but well behind his pace earlier. This is going to drop him down the order. Currently sitting in 24th, I believe. So final lap. Right now just a little bit behind Stingray Rob on pace. And we'll cross the line here. Best lap of his run so far, 237.329. But he has gone slower and has fallen down the order. 237.065 is his average, which puts him behind McStinkle. So some guys get the benefit of moving up because of that. The 23rd out of 31 now. Up next will be Dawa Tenzin in ninth. This is a bit of a shocking choice. He has a driver in the top 12, Team Canada Dry, and is going out again. So, gonna have to see what the 94 does here. And first lap, gonna be fortunately slower than what they did earlier. Two 36.326. So 236.326 is the first lap, which is much slower, and that's pretty unfortunate that that was a pulled time. 37.968 in terms of seconds. 237.042, so it does look a bit better there. Brings the average up to a 236.684, which now puts them in 27th. Gonna come off turn 4 here and to the line. So this is actually a pretty good lap here. 237.932, so a big improvement on that lap, but still very much behind their pace earlier, now tracking at 237.1, which puts them in 22nd. And coming to the start-finish line once again, this lap just going to be a tick slower. 237.643, which makes the average of 237.236, which puts it behind Draconi, so 20th for Dawa Tenzin, and that knocks him out of the top 12. That's going to put David Malukas back in the top 12. Or not David Malukas, Louis Foster back in the top 12. Still higher than teammate Raghunathan, just further down the order, 237.236. Not very ideal. Up next, in the fast lane, we got Nolan Siegel. Viking Racing putting a lot of their cars in the fast lane. Nolan Siegel, one of the last cars to go in the first stint. Now it's going to be the last car to go in the second stint. So first lap, also going to be slower. First lap going to be a 2:36.487. So going to come off turn 4 once again. Let's see what it is for lap 2. Not going to be much better. So far, a little bit of a disappointing run going so far. 2:36.487 on the first lap. Second lap, gonna be a 2:36.655, which puts his average currently in 28th, which is a pretty big drop from inside the top 12. Right now, at this rate, this is gonna bump Huertas in. Gonna go better on lap 3, 2:37.217. Average now up to a 2:36.786 in 27th. Gonna come off turn 4. Final lap. A pretty disappointing run from the 19. Lap gonna be just a little bit better, 2:37.298. For an average of 2:36.914. This is gonna drop him down to 25th, outside the top 12. So 2:36.914. So that is it for stint 2, halfway. I'll be back in just a moment for stint 3. Um, yeah, we're back. Up next, Viking Racing once again throwing a car out there. 28 of Roman Grosjean gonna be going out once again. So Romain Grosjean currently in 16th. Gonna have to see what the track evolution looks like at this point in the session. He's the first one, so going into uncharted territory, you can see a little bit of a shading difference on the front stretch now. So here he comes off of turn 4, and it's gonna be a little bit slower than his first attempt, so he's also fallen down just a little bit. Currently averaging a 236.792. So this lap gonna be much better. 237.542. This is more on pace from what he had earlier. So up to 237.167. Currently tracking him to 19th, I'd say. 19th. So only down a couple spots. Not too bad. Second lap gonna be about the same. 237.687. So right now it's looking better than his run earlier, actually. Starting to change around. As here we go through turn 4 and gonna hit the line for the last time. Let's see where he goes. Final lap gonna be a 238.039, and that is going to be a big boost. But it's about the same, literally the exact same. Well, not the exact same, but pretty close. Just goes down a couple thousandths. Up next, we got another Viking racing car. It is the number 99 of Brennan Hubbard. Gonna be going out again. Hoping to have close to what Grosjean had, just maybe a little bit better. Currently well down the order. So let's see what Brennan Hubbard has. First lap in his last run was a 2:36.413. So let's see what he has now. First lap, 2:36.742. So looks a little bit better so far. So right now, not too bad. Obviously a little bit behind his average, but the first lap usually the slowest. Second lap will be a 2:37.060. So that was better. Third lap, let's see what he has. So far looking better. As this one gonna be just a little bit quicker than lap 2, 2:37.085. Averaged at a 2:36.962, which puts him in 24th. So currently moving up. Let's see what he has coming off turn 4 for the final time. And we'll hit the line at a 2:37.292. So he will have a better run now than he did earlier. Average of a 2:37.045, which will put him just behind teammate Guy Gagné in 23rd. Two 2:37.045 going to be sitting in 23rd. So a small little improvement, but pretty good. Up next, we go back to Guy Gagné. Looking to go just a little bit better. Viking Racing really trying to grind it out here. So this is his third run of the day already. Gonna have to see where it goes. First lap, gonna be better. 2:36.911, so far better than his run earlier. Second lap, gonna be just a bit better, but gonna put him at 2:37.110, so tracking better than his previous run. Right now, his average would drop him to 23rd, but we're waiting to see how it evolves. Gagne gonna come off turn 4, Lap 3, gonna be a bit better again, 237.292. So tracking about on average a tenth better than his previous run. If that stays, that would move him up to 20th. Right now, his run would keep him in 22nd. Gonna come off turn 4. Fourth lap is the best. Very consistent across his run. 237.367. Just gonna put the average at a 237.170. Which is gonna move him up the order to 20th. So starting to see some improvements on time. Up next, would you be surprised if it's another Viking racing car? Because it is. Number 19 of Nolan Siegel. Gonna be going out for a third time. Only car that you haven't seen multiple times is Connor Zilic. Sits third firmly in the field. So gonna come off turn 4. Looking for some speed. 236.823. So better than the last run. So not too bad so far, but still just lacking a little bit on pace. He did struggle in qualifying at Michigan, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's just a lingering issue. As second lap gonna come in, gonna be better. 237.023, which will make his average a 236.923, which puts him a little bit better than his previous run already. Down the front stretch, gonna go 200ths of a second quicker for a speed of 237.148, which is a little bit slower than his third lap last time, but his average just shy of 237, which would move him up to 24th. So final lap, trying to go faster than he did earlier. Try to get back into the top 12. 237.361, so gonna go up to a 237.089 average, which will put him in 23rd. So move him up a couple of spots. just ahead of teammate Brennan Hubbard. Right now, Viking Racing really just struggling, and that's why you're seeing them go out many, many times. So Nolan Siegel improves to 23rd, still down in row 8. Up next, we actually have a car not in Viking Racing. We have the 37 of Miles Rowe currently in last, 31st. Just looking for anything. Still has to lift in turn 1, so still very unconfident there. Right now, teammate McStinkle in 22nd, so not too bad from the 53 team. Still not going to be a very good first lap here. 2:33.955, actually slower. But the 37 team really just struggling to find some pace. Really only got one guy that they're trying to beat in that speed bracket of Ethan Martz. Just not able to get there. This lap going to be better. It's tracking way behind his run earlier. Currently tracking at 2:34.45. Come around turn 4 and to the start finish line. Gonna be better this lap. 2:36.649, but still behind his previous run. And to the start finish line again, and we'll go slower on this final lap. So 2:36.574 will be the final lap. 2:35.531. So lost about 4 tenths. Uh, so Miles Rowe goes slower. A 2:35.531 now being his average. Up next, we got Viking Racing once again. This time will be the 99 of Brennan Hubbard once again. Have to basically reset the session, or else he'll just do the exact same laps because we're just watching the same replay. Different run here. So here comes the 99 of Brennan Hubbard once again. And he's going to take the green flag here. So same weather conditions as his previous run. So I wouldn't expect this to be too wildly different. So to the start finish line, let's see if this run is better. First lap, 236.320. That is pretty far off his first lap last run. About 4/10 slower. Gonna need to find some pace on the second lap here. Two 36.593. So still tracking behind his previous run. Lap 3, gonna be his best one so far. 236.886, just still not able to hit that 237. And that's really gonna mar this average. Right now he is dropping down to 27th. Gonna come out of turn 4 this time and see what his final lap is. 237.042. That is going to drop him down to 27th. An average of 236.710, so not faster that time. Next up will be a teammate once again. It's going to be the number 90 of Guy Gagné. So, see what run 2. Actually, this is run 4. What am I talking about? So the number 90 going to be coming around turn 4 this time. And we're going to have to see what they have. Is it better than the last attempt? Hubbard was quite a bit off. This first lap for Gagne doesn't look too pretty. 236.599, which is about 4/10 slower. So lap 2, gonna come around 2:36.761. Still not as quick as the previous run. Currently tracking to 27th with an average of 2:36.68. At the line, this one's going to be better. 2:37.104, still off his previous time. Gonna need a big improvement here to make this run worth it. Fourth lap, and it will be a 2:37.273. So this will mean that Gagne will lose position. 2:36.934 is his average. And that will drop him down to 25th. Rough times for Viking racing. Up next is the number 19 of Nolan Siegel. Going out once again. So far hasn't gone too well in this little stint. First lap going to be 2:36.643, also slower. So right now, Siegel 27th. Man, this is just a rough stint. Siegel 2:37.210. That's a good improvement from last time. So 2:36.927. It's now tracking 25th, just a little bit slower than Gagne, but there might be some speed in this run. Siegel currently 22nd. 2:37.392. So going better now. 2:37.082, so just 7 thousandths off his last average. And if he keeps getting faster, then this will move him up. But not as fast entering turn 4 that time. Let's see what he has. Lap 4 for Nolan Siegel. it's actually going to be his best at a 237.511. So that'll make his average a 237.189, which will move him to 20th. So not a big improvement, but he will go upwards. So Siegel will go up to 20th. As we've actually ran out of the fast lane, so now we're going to get the slow lane. Up first, going to be the 03 of Yuki Tsunoda. If this isn't better, clearly, then it will be waved off. But best time won't be removed. So we'll just see what this 03 has. So first lap, gonna come in. Let's see if it's competitive to what he did earlier. .237.674. That's about a mile per hour off. That one lap, however, would have put him in 15th. It's not that bad of a single lap, but if the second lap isn't even close to his second lap, then he'll be waved off. And it's going to go slower, so this attempt will be waved off. So Yuki Tsunoda not going to go faster this time. So up next will be the car in fourth, which is Marcus Armstrong. So we're going to see if Armstrong can go better. Gonna see if it's on pace for Marcus Armstrong, currently looking to make it back-to-back top 12s. First lap is a 236.998. This is not even close to his previous best. Off by over a mile per hour. We'll see if the second lap is even remotely close before we wave it off. And this one will be a 237.379. Still just over a mile per hour off. This one will be waved off as well. So, Silly Men Racing, gonna get both cars waved off, but I guess that's a good thing if you're safely in. So now we'll see what Chet Jordan can do. Currently ranked in 8th. A little ways behind his teammates, but still not too bad. Not too bad. Only gets up to 247 entering turn 3. I don't know if this one's going to be close either. Gonna come around turn 4. Let's see what speed it is. Oh. Yeah, this one also not going to be very close. 236.55. As this lap is not going to be much better and will also be waved off 236.736. So that's going to be a wave off for all 3 Silly Men racing cars. So Chet Jordan going to stay in 8th. Up next is also a car safely in the top 12. This one going to be Connor Zilich. The one car from Viking Racing that isn't struggling. So Connor Zilich first lap. Fairly good, 237.611. However, this is off his previous best, not too far off like the other guys. Gotta have 2 laps about a mile per hour off to get waved off. So this one may last a little bit longer. Might get a 3rd lap in, who knows. Gonna come off turn 4 here. At the line, gonna be slower. 237.536. That one still not a mile per hour off, so it's pretty close though, so as that lap gonna be a 2:37.705, which that is close to being a wave off. But he'll be able to complete his run, but he won't go better. $2:37.774. It's actually a pretty decent run, but won't go better. So up next is actually a driver below the top 12, so actually kind of needs this. Tinkle McStinkle in that 53 is going out again. Second run of the day. Miles Rowe didn't do too good on his run in this stint. Let's see what the 53 has. Currently in 22nd, which would be inside row 8. Gonna be coming to the line here. First lap, 2:36.158. That's actually gonna be a lot slower than his previous best. Here comes McStinkle down the front stretch. This one gonna be slower, 2:35.658. So just not looking too quick. Third lap, gonna be on the right path, 2:37.373, which is much better than his lap earlier, but he's gonna need a big improvement on this final lap if he wants this to move anywhere. So right now his average is about 8 tenths below his listed average. And it will be pretty good final lap. 2:37.875. That's better than anything he could muster earlier. But the average is just not good enough to get better. But there is some room for growth, I'd say. So up next we return to Viking racing. This time, it's going to be the 28 of Romain Grosjean going to be going out for, I believe, his third time today. He's not gone out as much as his teammates because he's been faring a lot better. This is all slow lanes, so none of these are getting penalized if they're slower. First lap is good. 2:37.599. This one much better than what he did earlier. The 28 looking good so far. Right now, this is tracking to 15th, which could put him in the top 12 if he stays on a constant improvement. Coming off turn 4. And he's going to go better. 2:37.888. Average now is 7.44. It's in 15th. And it's very close around the bubble. Carlos Huertas at a 7.61 is only better by 17 thousandths. So 28 could very well bump him out. Coming off turn 4. And this one will be a 2:38.278. We have not seen a 2:38 in quite some time. Average now at 2:37.922. This has shot up to 9th. Grosjean is on it. Right now, Huertas looking like he's going to be bumped out. Coming around turn 4 for the final time. A very well-needed run from Viking Racing. Final lap gonna be a little bit slower, but will still bring up the average 2:37.957. Averages a 2:37.931, which will shoot him up to 9th. That's gonna move Foster back to the cutoff on the bubble. Huertas' first car out. So Grosjean now inside the top 12. This is probably going to be the last run of this stint. And it will be the 99 of Hubbard once again in the slow lane this time. So for Hubbard, can't really go much worse than this. Currently down in 27th, that'd be outside row 9. So here he comes off turn 4 and to the line to begin his lap. Not lap 1. Gonna come off turn 4. Let's see where the pace is on this first lap. Speed is a 236.661, which is actually a good bit better than his previous run, at least on the first lap. Right now that average would put him 27th, but that's only one lap in. Second lap is going to be 237.104, which is a lot better than what he did earlier, about 6/10 better. So right now he is tracking to 27th still. He's kind of on an island, but looks to be going somewhere. Two 37.217. Still moving in the right direction. That's going to bring him up to 23rd. Still a little bit behind teammate Siegel. All's looking good right now. And final lap, gonna be his best one, maybe the whole day, 237.486, which is gonna put his average at a 237.117, which is just a tick off the 53. So that's gonna put him in 23rd, but he will move up. So that is it for the third stint. 1 hour remains, and it's going to be the best part of the track, so expect some good movement. We'll be back in just a moment. As here we go for the final hour. And first car that's going to go out will be the 99 of Brennan Hubbard once again. Just got applied to the fast lane. So his 23rd is instantly going to get pulled. So on his first lap, we're going to have to see if it's better. As first lap going to come to the line. And it doesn't count. Interesting. Not sure why that lap wouldn't count, but it's literally listed as a no time. So with that, Hubbard is going to drop all the way down to 21st. Because that lap just doesn't count, I guess. For whatever reason, it didn't count the lap. So his average will be removed. So yeah, no idea why his previous lap didn't count. As up next, before we get to Hubbard again, it's going to be the 03 of Yuki Tsunoda going to be going again. So Yuki Tsunoda going to be going again. Just trying to flex on him and make time be an issue for some of these guys. First lap is going to be a 2:38.651. This may actually be on track to be faster than his run earlier, which that would be incredible. 232 exiting turn 4. And this lap going to be faster, 239.152. Sonoda very much on it. The 03 is absolutely flying. This car is going to be one that's going to be in the fight for pole, I assume. Lap 3 going to be a bit slower, 239.031. Still faster on average than his earlier run. But could this be the first average in the 239s? It's going to be tough. But right now at a 238.945. As final lap, gonna be his best. 239.292, which is, I believe, the best lap that we have seen all day. So in the final hour, Yuki Tsunoda will be the first driver to hit 239. So 239.032. That is a very good run from the 03. So up next is going to be the 99 once again. Obviously, just needs to actually get a lap in. So I gotta reset that, so it's gonna be a clean run. It's 99 easily been the car that's ran the most today, not even close. Gagne and Siegel have been out a lot, but this guy has just... So let's see what he has. Green flag out now. So first lap for Brennan Hubbard gonna come in here, and it will be a 237.693. This could be a very good run. Right now he is tracking to 16th, so just below the top 12 cutoff. If he could actually get into the top 12, that would be a huge improvement. from what he had. Second lap, gonna be better. 2:37.913. By far the best lap that he has done today. That's going to bring his average up to a .803, which puts him in 12th. So right now, looking like he could get into the top 12. We'll see what he has on this third lap. It's going to be a bit slower. 2:37.806. So his average is going to stay about the same at a .804. So looking at 12th, which would be the cutoff. As coming off turn 4 to complete this run. And it's going to be his fastest lap yet, 2:38.152 for an average of 2:37.891. And this lap is going to put him in 11th. So finally, some speed is found. Just a little bit slower than Lewis Hamilton by 2 thousandths, so it's going to be very close on the cutoff. So the whole timing tower getting rearranged here. As Hubbard puts it in 11th. Up next, will be the 19 of Nolan Siegel, currently sits in 21st. This is another car that Viking Racing would very much like to get into the top 12. '19 of Nolan Siegel. Current average 2:37.189. Let's see if he can beat it. But right now, track's looking very fast. In his first lap will be a 2:38.108. That's a good lap. And right now, that is already tracking him to 8th. So far, this is a very good run for the number 19. Second lap, faster. 2:38.303. So average now at 2:38.206. Looking at 7th. The cutoff gonna be very close here at the end. Gonna have to see who's gonna make it. Third lap, slower, 2:38.171. It's going to bring down the average just a little bit, but still tracking to 7th at a 2:38.194. Through turns 3 and 4. Let's see what he has. At the line, 2:38.455. So 0.259. 238.259, I should say, which is going to improve him all the way up to 7th. That's a break that Viking Racing really needed. So Maluka is going to be bumped out, and Hubbard going to be placed back on the cutoff. So up to 7th for Nolan Siegel, and up next, 31st, is the 37 of Miles Rowe. Currently in last. Anything would help this team. So Miles Rowe, first lap, is going to be a 2:37.963. Very competitive and much better than what he was doing earlier by a long shot. This could be very good for Eventide Racing if they could pull this off. So first lap was a 2:37.963. Second lap gonna be better. 2:38.209. Right now averaging a 2:38.086, which puts him in 9th. Third lap. Let's see what he's got. And it's going to drop just a little bit. 2:38.013. That's going to bring down the average to a 2:38.062. Regardless, this is a good run. Sitting in 9th. Coming around the final turn. Miles Rowe. Looking to make the Fast 12 2 years in a row. And his last lap is going to be exactly the same. 2:38.013 for an average of 2:38.050. And that's going to shoot him all the way up to 9th. So Hubbard, as soon as he gets into the top 12, immediately going to be knocked out. Man, Dorian pinned down in 30th. That's quite interesting. So 238.050 puts Miles Rowe into the top 12. And now his teammate, the 53 of McStinkle, who hasn't looked too bad today, is going up next in the fast lane. As 37.751 seconds, McStinkle 238.404. That is a very quick first lap. So the 53 going to come around. And this lap going to be even better. This 53 is on fire right now. 238.834. This may be one of the fastest of the day. Right now, this is tracking to fourth, a .619. Third lap going to be the slowest by a good bit, 238.240. That's going to hurt the average. Brings it down to a 238.493. Regardless, sitting in fifth. Coming around turns 3 and 4. And at the line, 238.569. Or an average of 238.512. Just going to move the 53 from 24th all the way to 5th. Things are happening now. As adjusting the field all the way up to 5th. As a big run, but for some reason, they're sending the 37 out again in the fast lane, so that 10th place already doesn't count. Gonna have to send this one back to the beginning, actually. As the 37 now goes green. Very risky to put your driver in the fast lane, but he is in 10th, so not safe. But if he does go slower, Hamilton will be the one to benefit who sits in 13th. Gonna have to see what this 37 does here. If it's slower. First lap will be 2:37.844, just a little bit slower than his first lap last time. So right now could fall out. Right now tracking to 14th. I have to hope that this isn't a big error. Second lap gonna be a 2:38.102, still down by about a tenth. Average now at 11th. But he slowed down his third and fourth laps. Can't slow down much here. It's very tight. At the line, gonna be just a tick faster. 2:38.114. And that was about a tenth better than the last time. So now tracking just 300 slower than his previous run. Final turn. Let's see where this goes. .238.347. That is a big final lap for an average of 2:38.102. He's going to stay in 10th, but that's not much gain for a big risk, but you got to go for it sometimes. So up next, we go back to the slow lane. Where now we go to Connor Zilich, who's already safely in. But gonna try and go for P1. We have about 30 minutes left. So let's see if the 9 can do anything. Flex some muscle. Okay, first lap, pretty good. 2:38.993. This one may be a contender for the top. And the second lap will be just a bit slower, unfortunately. Gonna bring it down to a 2:38.809. Average at a 2:38.901. Still looking at second. Gonna hit the line again. And this one's gonna be much better. 2:39.082. This could have enough to compete for the pole. Well, not pole. I guess just first today. 25 minutes remain in the session. It's time for about 6. No, I don't want to say that. 6, maybe 7 cars to run. As gonna cross the line here. This is gonna be by far the fastest of the day. 2:39.476. That is monstrous. And that will bring him to first. Connor Zilich at a 2:39.090. So that was from Connor Zilich, going to go to the top here. Up next will be his teammate, the number 28 of Romain Grosjean. Currently on the cutoff, sits in 12th. Romain Grosjean going to come out of turn 4. Going to see what he has at the line. First lap. 2:38.221. That's better than what he had before. So right now looking good. So far tracking to 9th. Just behind teammate Nolan Siegel, but they usually get better over time. And the second lap going to be very big. 2:38.765. That's going to bring his average up to a 238.493. So now he's sitting in 6th. Going to come off turn 4 here. Romain Grosjean looking fast. And unfortunately, this lap's going to be a bit slower, 238.663. Regardless, this is much better than his run earlier. 238.55 now his average. Sitting in 4th. 8 thousandths faster than Armstrong. And then finally, 4th lap, gonna be his best, 238.974, just shy of 239. That is a big run for Grosjean. 238.656. It's gonna put him 4th best. So now Chet Jordan gonna be on the cut line instead of the 28 of Grosjean. Chet Jordan is in line, so we will see him again. So up next will be the number 99 of Brendan Hubbard once again. He's just below the cutoff, just needs a little bit more. So Brendan Hubbard gonna be coming off turn 4. Noticeably, Guy Gagné has not been out for a while for whatever reason, but Hubbard, first lap, 238.070. Chet Jordan is in trouble. Right now, Hubbard in 14th. This is better. That first lap was better than his whole average last time. Two 38.070 first lap. Second lap, gonna be better. 238.297. Viking Racing looks very quick right now. The average is a 238.184, which puts him in 10th. Third lap, gonna be a bit slower. 238.120. Average of 238.162, sits in 10th still, just a little bit above the cut line. As long as he keeps it clean, he should be okay. 248 entering turn 3. Gonna come off turn 4. Let's see what Brennan Hubbard has coming to the line. 238.474, his best lap of the day, and it's going to be an average of 238.240. Going to be just behind teammate Nolan Siegel. A very good run. So 10th. And that's going to put Miles Rowe on the bubble and bump out Chet Jordan. Up next will be the number 19 of Nolan Siegel, going out once again. Safe inside the cut line. Just making sure. This is going to give a little bit of time as a buffer to Chet Jordan, but Jordan will have time to go again. First lap 2:38.039 for Nolan Siegel, just a little bit slower than what he had earlier. Here he comes off. As this lap gonna be better. 2:38.209. Right now, just looking a bit slower than his run earlier, but not too far off to where it's not going to be flagged. .238.259. This one's better than his lap earlier. Those averages of .169. But gonna need more speed to see if it can beat what he had before. So coming off turn 4 to the line. And it's gonna be better on this fourth lap. 238.461. Or final average of .242. Just not gonna go faster. Barely. Up next, the car one spot below the cutoff is the 24 of Chet Jordan, and he's about to go again. Gotta make it count here. with about 10 minutes remaining in the session. Let's see if he has enough. He's got to bump out Miles Rowe in the 53 car. As this first lap looks good. 2:38.234. And right now, this is already better. And currently tracking him to 11th. Gonna come to the line here. And it's gonna be even better. 2:38.524. Now, he looks pretty safe if he could just bring it home. Right now, tracking to 8th. Through turn 4 once again. And to the line, 2:38.291. It's a pretty big fall off on that lap, which will bring down his average to a 2:38.35. Now tracking to 8th. I'm going to come off turn 4 for the final time. Two 38.632. Big lap right at the end. And he will end with a 2:38.420, which will plop him in 8th. That will knock out Miles Rowe. Not going to squeak in this time unless he makes a last-minute run. And Ryan Preece going to be on the cutoff. Up next will be his teammate, the 33 of Marcus Armstrong, safely in. I don't know if there's going to be any runs left. That'll knock out the top 12. A lot of these are just flex runs or safety runs. Let's see what Marcus Armstrong has on his third run of the day. First lap is very good, 2:38.569. And he's already looking faster than he did earlier. Still looking at 5th. Second lap, going to be very good. 2:38.809. 2:38.385. That is a pretty big fall off on that lap. And then final lap for Marcus Armstrong. Gonna come across 2:38.626. As Marcus Armstrong gonna move up to a 2:38.597, which is same position as he was earlier. So still gonna be in fifth. Up next, for some reason, it's the 53. Four minutes left. And right now, this 53 doesn't have a time. First lap, doesn't matter, it's good. It's really good, actually. .238.803 on the first lap. That is a 4/10 improvement from his last run. It's tracking to third. Can you believe it? 53, 27th in points. Right now, looks like the car to beat. This is going to be a 2:39.196. Something is happening. Gonna come down the start-finish line again. And this lap, not going to be as good as the previous two. Gonna drop it to a 2:38.531. Average drops to a 2:38.843. Regardless, that's still tracking the third. Eventide Racing has some late qualifying run magic here. I swear. As at the line, 6:52 seconds, 2:39.031. Very inconsistent run, but it is a very, very quick run. Gonna go to P3 for McStinkle. What a day for this 53 team. I can't believe it. The gamble of the fast lane pays off as our last car to go out is going to be the 75 of DeFrancesco. fast lane, so his previous speed doesn't count. 26th, so a lot of room for improvement here. Masters of Motors, this is just their third run of the day. Been very quiet, but let's see if it's good. First lap, 238.411. Ryan Preece is in trouble. Checkered flag. Session is done. Can he bump in right at the end? This run looks very quick. $238.999. So close to a 239, but right now is tracking to 5th. Masters of Motors, it'd be incredible if they could get in here. And right now it's looking like it. Ryan Preece on the cutoff. Just has to sit and watch as right there is going to be a 239.158. This 75 is absolutely on fire. Coming through turn 3. Now into turn 4. Devlin DeFrancesco, first Indy 300 qualifying in a very long time, basically 2 years. And he's going to cross a line 238.739. And he will go 238.827 as the last run of the day, meaning right at the end he's going to bump in, and Ryan Preece bumps out. The DeFrancesco from 26 looked to be middle of row 9, going to plant himself into 4th place. The Viking racing cars get 4 cars in despite all the trouble. Just barely. If there was another car, they could have been bumped out again. So the 75 going to bump in, and that is your standings at the end of the day. So your 12 that will advance to round 2, mind you, all 12 will get bonus points as well. Connor Zilich, Yuki Tsunoda in second, wasn't able to go back out again in the slow lane. Yuki Tsunoda second. Tinkle McStinkle, surprise 3rd place. Devlin DeFrancesco, surprise 4th place. Justin Allgaier in 5th, the only Swindler's car to make it. 6th, Romain Grosjean. 7th will be Marcus Armstrong. 8th, surprise, Lawless Allen. 9th, Chet Jordan. was got a little too close for his comfort. 10th, Globler. We don't. That's not actually too much of a surprise. He has a very good track record here. Nolan Siegel in 11th, and then just squeaking by despite everything, Brennan Hubbard, gonna be your 12th car. So row 5 through 11 are set. Row 5 will be Ryan Priest, just nicked out right at the end. Miles Rowe, for some reason, was entered in the slow lane, so didn't get to go back out again. And then Lewis Hamilton will be on the outside of row 5 in his first start at Indy. Row 6, David Malukas was the next car in line, wasn't able to go back out again. We'll start from 16th. Louis Foster in 17th. Then Carlos Huertas in his debut will be starting from 18th. Row 7 is going to have Alessio Deletta, and alongside him will be teammate Lindsey Brewer. And then in 21st, going to be Robbie Lohr. Down to row 8 will be Benjamin Peterson, difficult Indy qualifying for him once again. And then teammate Francesco Draconi in his first Indy appearance won't go too well. And then Dawa Tenzin got pulled out of the top 10. I don't know where his average would have kept him. Let's actually check really quick. His average would have put him. It would have put him 15th, so he wouldn't have made the top 12 anyways. But now he's going to be starting down in 24th. Row 9 is going to be Nico Hulkenberg. Desperately needs a good result here to pretty much save the team. Stingray Robb, disappointing Indy qualifying for him. Usually goes better. Guy Gagne, I think, got forgotten by Viking Racing. He's going to be starting all the way down in 27th. 28th, row Shane Van Gisbergen. What happened there? 29th, Mahavir Raghunathan in his fifth start. Dorian Pin, 30th. What happened there? And then row 11, last place, Ethan Martz. Struggled in qualifying. So that is it. And I guess I'll see you guys next time.